Hello, Emily. Uh-huh. Oh, it's fun, Emily. It's fine, Emily. Morning, Lee. We got a bunch of stuff that we're going to do today, Emily. What the fuck happened there? We're also going to be doing this today. I might lose internet today, because I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it is thunder raining pretty bad out there today. Yes, I'm dealing with this right here. No, I don't, like, we'll be fine here. We don't get, like, tornadoes and stuff like that. Excuse me. All right, Ram. All right, Em. All right, what should we have this thing create? So we're going to have it create 6 images a bunch of times. We want it to be quality. Okay. And I want it to be the same prompt for everything. Hello.
It's going.
right, so that's a rush that we just got in. Are you here this morning, Master? Like, I see you in the chat, but I don't know if you're actually here. Okay, Emily. I need to fix... What the heck happened here? So you need to add... Basically, you need to capture all disks. All right, first, I guess let me ask you a question, Grant. Are you trying to make it so people can hear other people in Discord or not? Because that's going to be... That'll be a thing. Then you just need to capture your desktop audio. Hi, Sherry. This is Chris from Bradenton PC Repair. I got a question for you. I called Dovetail, and they said that we need to send them an email with all of the information that we would like to give them, including the fact that we got a quote from Lowe's and it was insane. It was insane. Because this is part of our life now. We have to do this. It's important. Making sure we're prepared to know what we're actively doing. Yeah, G-Police is absolutely my favorite game. Alright, so these are all the AI generated images. How do these things look? So the thing that Joe said I should pay attention to is the iterations per second. So it's something here that says IPS. Here we go. So 1.4. So is there total time? So we'll list the total time. 272.85. And then we insert one to the right. And then iterations per second. And what we'll do is I think we'll try and get an average. So this is 1.4, 1.4. It's pretty locked. 1.41. So we'll say 1.45. All right, let's do it again. Well, it looks cool. It doesn't know how to do keyboards. That looks like a shop that I've worked at before. All right, let's generate them again. Oh my god. Please tell me I didn't do what I think I did. Oh. I left my key card for that building I need to go work at on my frickin' desk in my house. Alright, give me 2 seconds, guys. Have a good day at work, my guy. Morning, Nathan. How are you? That's good. The AC isn't running because it is not hot in here. But it just feels stagnant. Yeah, the mod on mobile view is kind of weird. Oh. No, I am. This is for the GPU challenge because I'm checking times and whatnot. How long it takes, how many iterations per second it's capable of doing. It's weird being married and not having to pay health insurance anymore. Don't have to pay that anymore. Okay. This is taking quite a bit longer. I'll get that in a second, Alright, so this is what we're going to use going forward. So, total time. Excuse me. 1.43 iterations per second. Alright, let's run it again a few more times and then we'll swap video cards today. And then the 3060 testing will be done. What's that diet consist of? That's a problem. Yes, I'm very stressed and unhappy with something that I just opened, and now I have to call people because someone didn't pay attention to something. Ah, that's not good. That's fine though. What i5 came out in 2015? $600. That's an old CPU. Hey, let me call you right back. Someone just walked in. Give me a second. Hello. be here all day. Yeah, even if I don't have power, I'll still be here. Because my power's been on and off all day, so. But yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here at 5:30. So, you want to bring it back today? I'll be here. If you want to bring it back tomorrow, I'll be here. So, just call me before you come down. Right there.
Okay, my man.
How we doing?
What time is it here? The time?
Yeah, it's 10:30.
10:30?
Yep.
You'll be here all day.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Yep. How we going? He just brought in the power supply box instead of bringing in the cables and stuff. It sucks. Yeah, he thought I could just test that. I'm like, I need the cables. Yeah, he was unhappy, but he also understood. So I have to do this later. She's not available. And 1.42. I gotta pack this up a little bit here because I gotta rush. I gotta work on. So let's get going on that. And so this will have to wait another period of time. I want to work on this. I want to get this thing either done or up and running or whatever. Make progress on this. Kind of upset me that put that video up, and it's been a year since I worked on this, and it's just sitting there. Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay, so, alright, I should be able to update that. Okay. That should be 0. It should... I'm pretty sure it does, because that's one of the things you set up. I just don't know if it's actually set up, like verbally to say that. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna call real quick. You already beat me to it. Pretty sure it's supposed to ring to you. Okay. Okay. We need to add for everything else, press 0. Alright, I'll get. We have to generate an AI thing, like voice, to do that. But yeah, it's easy. Okay. So are you typing in his first name or his last name? Okay. I have no idea. I can find out though. Yeah, I don't know. I thought we, like, honestly, I thought we turned that off. Because no one knows what Shawnee's last name is or how to spell it. And, like, same with your last name. And let's be real here. No one's gonna know how to spell Jahida's first name. Like, just to be clear. Shawnee's pretty straightforward. People can get close. Yeah. So I'll talk to him about that. And because like I said, I thought we disabled the dial by name directory. Specifically because of that, because it's one of those. My immediate concern was no one is going to know how to spell some of these people's names. Let me run that by Laura. Because she set it up that way specifically. Okay. I'm asking her. What is it now? Is it sales? Okay, so we would get rid of sales then? Because if we don't get rid of sales, then we're redoing the whole tree. Yeah, so we would need a solution for that then. If you want to talk to him about that. Because otherwise, like I said, we have to redo the whole tree, and that costs money to redo it. If he wants to add his name. Because it's, like, if you don't want to lose sales, then everything else needs to get pushed back. And they're both going to go to the same place. Unless you want to have it say something like, to reach Shawnee in sales, press 1. Okay. I'll hold. No, Master, I gotta do this rush that you sold this guy on Saturday night. And then I really, really want to work on that PS1. I want to try and get it done this week. Whatever I need to do. Yeah, this is your fault. Hello? Oh, they just hung up on me. Hello. Yes, you did. Oh no, you picked up the phone and then it hung up.
Oh, of course. Okay.
Mhm.
So Shani said that it's okay if he just says Shani. He doesn't have to say something.
So if someone calls in asking for sale, like looking for sales, what do they do? That's the question. Because there's not an option for sales otherwise.
But they can dial 0.
Okay.
And I can transfer them or no?
Yeah, that's an option. Yeah, I
Because
don't-
that will be just pretty much for new customers. Everybody else calls for Shani or
Okay.
David.
Okay. All right, let me talk to Laura and see what she says, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. So maybe then maybe on the 0, can we do for, well, you are going to say for anything else, but maybe for sales or anything else, dial 0 and I'll transfer or?
Yeah, I got to figure this out because we're changing up what it is quite a bit. So.
Okay. All right, let me know.
Yep. And then
Thank you, Chris.
did you get a chance to look for that invoice?
I did not.
Oh, well, I'm gonna call you back. So if you want to take a look.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Do you have a number? So I know which one to look for.
Yeah, it is 2182.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Chris.
Yep. Can I talk to Laura, please? All right, please. Thank you. Okay. Can you give her a note to call me? It's about Southern Winding. All right. Thank you. Bye. At Southern Winding, if you try and dial purchasing from an internal phone, it's ringing the wrong extension on all phones. So if you try and dial purchasing, it rings Shawnee's phone. Morning, Poorly. and they're now trying to make a bunch of changes to this phone tree. And I'm trying to square it away with Laura. Okay, we have a rebuild here. Got a bunch of parts. It's a rush. This person, let him know this is done. Hey, alright, I got all that stuff backed up to a flash drive for you. Downloadable Photoshop. I don't have any. The ones that it's not a pirate site. It's you got to pay for it. So. Yeah, 5:30. Yeah, because what they have is they'll have like people like selling their software that they're no longer using and whatnot on there. Mm-hmm. Maybe. It's just like 7 is before CC, which was the last purchasable version. So I would shoot for CC. Yeah, CC. See if you can find Photoshop CC. Yep. Yeah. Yep. All right, have a good one. Bye. What was that pirate site? There is no pirate site that I recommend using, sir. Yes, that's illegal. Is it? I thought it was CC. Right, but there was a version before that. That was, I believe, called CC as well. And I had CC before it was. Well, no, I had CC before it was in Creative Cloud. Like I have a box for it back there. At least, I think I do. Actually, no. All that stuff is gone now. I don't have any of the boxes for it. I know I had CS6, but there was also a CC. I don't care. This is Chris. How can I help you? How are you? What's going on? Okay. 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 I can get out there tomorrow morning first thing. Is that fast enough? Okay. I'll be out there between 8 and 9. All right. Yep. Bye. Does this connect? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello, hello. Oh, so you guys can't hear me. Oh, thank you. All right. This is a build that I did and worked on a wee bit ago. And we're replacing a whole bunch of stuff in here. This is a pretty solid build. So here's what we're going to be doing on this today. We are going to be installing 1,000-watt power supply, six new fans, 7 new fans, I forgot there's one more on the front, and a new CPU cooler. So let's start taking this guy apart. And then the other thing we need to figure out after we get done with this is what the next video card that I'm gonna test is, because it's grinding apparently. We'll turn it on real quick and see what we hear. Don't hear anything currently. One of the sticks of memory isn't working. So I don't hear anything. But that doesn't mean it's working properly. Anyways, let's start pulling stuff apart because we have cable management and stuff that we did. We got to remove all the fans. We're going to replace all the fans. He's going up to the Corsair Lynx system. So everything should be squared away a little bit. We're going from, oh, broken glass. Interesting. So we're going from a Thermaltake power supply over to a Corsair power supply. This is old cable management that we used to do, this style. Let's get all this stuff out of here. Get these cable ties unclipped. Let's get the power supply out of there because that's one big thing to remove all the cables for. It's going to be all Corsairified. Right. There's a good chance that that power supply is actually fine. But he's been having problems with the lights on top of the GPU coming on, saying it's not getting enough power. And that's generally always a problem. Let's unplug these guys. Yes, they're going to lose the FPS because they don't have the RGB, I know. So sad. That's going up there. I gotta get out the next one that's up top here. It's more of a joke. He's not actually going to lose any FPS. because he's losing the urge of bizzle. I kind of want to put the power supply in for this first because this is going to be tight up there with that new CPU cooler. So let's get all of these unplugged, get these commanders set off to the side, see what he wants to do with them. This is my old cable management style from back in the day. It was more of a bundle kind of dealio. And there's one Corsair commander. That goes to the actual CPU pump. It's Corsair Commander 2. And this is a splitter that was going towards Corsair Commander. Corsair Commander. Main power supply, Cabal, there. All right, let's get these guys out of here. We are replacing all of the fans. There. A lot of these should be just single cables that I put together, like that. Ah, we got to undo the front one as well. A little bit of cleaning to do. Checking when to boot it up. My CPU DRAM debug lights are red. I moved both sticks of RAM and checked my CPU. No damage to any of it. Any tips? So when you first turn it on, only have one stick of memory in DIMM slot 2, and then just sit and wait and see what happens. Like, you can wait up to 10 minutes before it actually goes through and fully memory learns. Mr. Maple. Okay, let me figure out, this is hooked on to something over here. I think I did this before I started streaming with you guys. All that is fun. What, Tech, why did you give him that link? Yeah. All right, we got one more to do on the back here. Okay, that's fine. Whatevs. Doesn't bother me. Just don't want the dude cutting his case for no reason, you know? Another zip tie. Some people would say that I overdid the zip ties, but I would say they don't have vision. There we go. Next. Let's take the top off. It's crazy how light this thing is with literally none of the components in it. Pull this through. Okay. Yeah, Emily, I'm fine. Let me go grab some water. I'm gonna preempt thermal paste here, because I'm expecting to still find some thermal paste underneath this. All right. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's a pretty good PC, Emily. Yeah, the whole letting it sit there for a while thing is kind of aggravating. But sometimes it's the only way to get it working. Because you never know if it's actually enough. This thing's still got plenty of thermal paste on it. We were worried that some of the thermal paste might be dried up on this guy. Nope. This is Chris. Mm-hmm. Okay. Is it a router or is it a switch? If you can just have someone take a photo of it and send it to me. All right, cool. Thank you. You can text this number, yeah. I just can't reply to it, that's all. All right. Yep. Bye. These are those long screws with washers because, you know, we try and do things correctly around here. Try and sometimes fail, sometimes succeed. Oh, that's twice. All right, all these fan cables out of here. All right, now that's everything that we're replacing removed. We'll take a second. Gonna clean off the thermal paste on this. AMD Ryzen 9 5900X. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so first thing I want to do is probably just a little bit of maintenance here. Once all of these vent things, just get them dusted off a little bit. Okay, this is a 5000D, pretty good. This is a 3080, sir. All right, let's do the power supply cables first. So we can do this one, and we can do this top one right off of the bat. So let's get this guy flipped. Line these up, and then we're going to be running a lot less cables for the fans because this is the They said it's the Corsair Connect or whatever they called it. Link. IQ Link. It's hilarious that poorly he's running a 5090 on a computer he only does spreadsheets on. Could go to a better home. For once, I agree with Emily. Give it to me, poorly. All right, I don't like this. This is actually giving me like yikes vibes. Like, why? What is going on here? That is concerning. Okay, all right. All right, so this is a 1,000-watt power supply. Could be an Amazon return for sure. Huh. Interesting. Oh, okay, so a reasonable video card then. Right back. Okay. All right. So as long as they're the right cables, my guy. Yeah, it's always concerning when I open something up and then there's cables in a Ziploc bag. All right. Now let's get these cables first. So start with CPU. Because you never know what you're gonna get like with something like that, and that is always a concern. So I have to remember this. These Corsair links require one of these connectors, so we're gonna be worrying about that too, because this should have an extra set with this one. 1, 2, hopefully has an extra set. 3. All right, yeah, we got 3 sets, so we'll be good there. We need the other CPU. This one had the dual CPUs, right? Dual CPU power. Yep. So both of them in there. It is a Seagate Barracuda. Get those up there before we have to go through. Well, thank you. You got to plug these guys in before I try and put that CPU cooler in, because that would be absolutely annoying. Yeah, that customer is like, she's super nice and I want to help her as much as I can, but she's having one of those someone keeps hacking into all my stuff situations, and I give her some suggestions, she tries them, then nothing changes, and I'm not sure what else to suggest for her anymore. It is a CK Barracuda, yeah. 1 terabyte. Let's whip out my zip ties. I'm running low. Running low on zip ties. Yep, used to be the thing to do. Now, most modern motherboards have 2 NVMe slots that are easily accessible, and you can basically do the same thing for roughly the same amount of money, but you get 2 high-speed drives instead of just 1 high-speed drive. I'll pick up some more zip ties tonight on the way home. All right, so we got that. Let's get CPU power in here, or CPU. This is the main motherboard power. Let's spin around. And we'll pull it back a little bit. Kind of go right here. We're going to use some of the Velcro stuff. I just got to make sure that we get this nice and snug. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea in the future. Just clone everything over to that and then get a lot more performance out of it. Or actually, an even better idea would be just adding instead of removing. Because I mean, if it's working, why would you remove it? You can just add an additional, and then you'll have 3 separate places for storage. All right, we will end up zip tying this up. That's down in here at some point, over in this area more than likely. All right, so we got 2 sets of cables. Those are the main ones I need to do right now, because we got to figure out what's going to happen with the Corsair link cables. So let's just go ahead and get these bad boys plugged in. We got our CPU. And then we got our main motherboard power 24-pin connector. I feel like this is going to be, because this is a bigger power supply, it's going to be a little bit tight here. We just got to, yeah, a little bit tight. But it still works. Yep. I thought you were leaving. I'm not complaining you're still here, but you confused poor Lee there for a second. Not poorly, poor Lee. All right, power supply screws going in. Ah, okay. For Mr. Maple, I need to put that chat over here. Not you, poorly. I said poor Lee. Poorlee. That poor Lee. Let me put the YouTube chat up over here because I don't have it up over here. Suggestions for Maple. Yeah, there's nothing behind the motherboard, so I don't think it's that. Try many other RAM stick in hopes that you have one that works. So if that one doesn't work, when you finally get in there and start lining everything up, if the single one isn't working, then more than likely it's something with the motherboard or the CPU. And you can always post a photo on our Discord so we can have a look at it and see if anything seems out of place with it. All right, there is no hook over here for a zip tie. Well, we will make our own spot for a zip tie over here, so we can keep this cable management somewhat concentric. Go. We have all these cables over here, and then we'll do some stuff over there. And these cables here, we'll probably still end up putting zip ties on because, you know, I'm a zip tie enthusiast. Oh, which reminds me, still gonna need one of these because we have a mechanical drive over here. So let's put that back there. Next, we should start unboxing the CPU cooler. So, hey Kodiak, are you still chilling in chat? I'll ask you a question real quick, and if you don't reply, I'm going to call you. Yep, Emily, I know you're here. You can't answer a question for this customer, Emily. No response, we call. All right, so we're gonna mount the CPU cooler up front. That way it can pull in the cool air from here. Yes, it'll heat this up a little bit. We're gonna have intake here as well, and we're gonna have exhaust up here. I think overall, we are going to be fine. That fell in there. All right, start pulling some of this stuff out. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be over there more than likely. But, so I'm thinking about this. The reason that I like personally mounting it on the front or versus here is because if this is put up against the wall for some reason, like if this is abutting something, we're removing that. No one is generally putting something in front of the front. So I think I'm gonna still stick with here, but I think I need to put these fans here still. I think I need to put these fans in first. So that way I make sure everything clears for me just screwing them in, though that shouldn't necessarily be an issue. About to get our next wave of storms. Lurk! We have another link box. These are link fans. Yeah. And then this is what Corsair has done. Instead of printing a manual, they give you a little thing that you can scan, which is good. Save some trees. All right, and then in here we should have a set of connectors. let it go from unit to unit. And then we have little rubber guys that act as a reinforcement. So these guys are going to go, gotta make sure we pull over our peels. These guys are gonna go like this because we want these to be intake. I wish there was a way to reverse the fan on this. Because that would be useful. Save a tree, print a QR code. All right, and so what you have to do with these, and I guess I've never really shown these on the channel. Let me pull the white balance down a little bit. You guys, it's a little bit bright for you guys, I think. So one of the things that with these, this is how these guys get put together. So there is in the box, pull this apart, I'll drop this. In the box, there is a little, this is just a piece of rubber. And then this side is an electrical connector. That you can kind of see, there's some little traces in there. This is what's used to connect these fans together. And then they just simply click together like that. Which allows you to daisy chain, I believe, these guys up to, I think it's 4 or 6. I don't remember specifically, off of one group of connectors. But this guy's going in here, it's going to go in here like so. Now I know this doesn't look the best, but this is pulling air in, which is the important thing and what we actually want to do. That is what we want to do. We want to offset the heat that's being generated by the CPU pump. Trying to fix something real quick. Sorry, guys. All right, so let's get these screws in here. I don't think these use a different style. Oh, yes, they do. These are the... So, this is something new that they also did with that. So these are the old style fan screws. These are the new style fan screws. You can see they're a lot longer, and they have far fewer threads. Come on, you can focus. Kind of interesting. Supposedly they reduce vibrations too. There is a zip tie on here that I want to get rid of. I mean, it's still a screw, so it's still going to screw in the exact same way. Now, one of the nice things that Corsair has made sure that they do on these guys is on the top, they show you the fan direction. The fan blades are going to spin that way, so this way, and the airflow is going to come this way. So we're going to put this guy in here. And then we'll kind of hold this in place. And just get all of this lined up. Top left corner, top right, excuse me. Top right, bottom left. All right. They very much screw in quite easily. And that, and last one. So the reason we put those ones in first is because we want to make sure we can clear the top of this with another fan, or with the all-in-one cooler, excuse me. So these are some of the most useless stickers I've ever seen, where it's just got arrows. Not sure what the arrows mean, but it's got them. I think those are supposed to be pull tabs, but I don't know, because that's just a weird thing. Like, if it is a pull tab, good, I guess. All right, we're just moving some cables around here. All right, let's put the front all-in-one in here now. And the fans for these are going to go on the outside, not the inside. So we should be able to compress this slightly. No, we can't do that. So the fans are going to sit right here. I just realized which case this was. It's a 5000D, not the 7000. AMD brackets, don't need those. Intel backplate, don't need that. We just need the AM45. Yep. AMD, yep, that's the one. And then we have another of these, which is another one of the little IQ Link control boxes. Now, one thing that I am not happy about with Corsair at the moment is they are constantly finding ways to save a little bit of money. Just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. But as you can see, the amount of thermal paste that they're putting on these things is getting lower and lower every year. Now, we're going to add some of our own. So right now we have an Intel bracket on here. We're going to need to take this off. Switch over to the AMD bracket. And we'll be right back. Hello. All right. One of the other nice things about this cooler is fans come pre-installed, save a little space and packaging material, but we need to reverse this because we are going to be putting these fans on the other side because we're not doing a pull through from that side. Going all right, how about you? We'll get that here in a second. So we need to take all of these off. I don't think this comes with washers anymore. Sad, sad, sad day. Anyways. Yep, have a good one. Why what, Emily? Because I want the fans to be as close to the cool air at the front as possible. I don't want the fans pulling through the radiator. I want to push through the radiator. Let's get all this thermal paste of theirs off of here. Oh great, that thermal paste is hard as a rock. That's great. There we go. What's going on, Mr. Biggs? Yeah, hope you're having a good Monday so far. Ah, there is washers in here. I have found them. Nice. All right. So here's what we're going to be doing. We are taking these fans and we're literally just doing that. And then this is going to go over here. Like so. So these are the same lengths. They are the same lengths. Put a washer on one of these. Let's probably because they don't want it sitting in a humid environment and rusting the screws that you have to install. And these guys are like barely gonna be long enough. That's fun. It is on there, but it is barely on there. We're going to rotate this like so. And then we will line everything up Yeah. That was my head hitting something. Okay. It is a little tight, I'll admit, but not so tight that I'm concerned with it. Because it's biting enough that this thing ain't going nowhere, which is good. I didn't say the ceiling. I have a light right here that I just hit. You know what? I just realized I forgot that this panel comes out. I'm so used to working in the 4000D that I forget that the 5000D has creature comforts that make life much easier. Like, I don't know, a removable front tray for your all-in-one cooler. She is not, Emily. It is raining, so I said she can take the day off. So she didn't have to walk into my office in the rain. Yes, it's not foam, it's rubber. There's rubber padding around each of these already pre-installed. So as I'm squishing this, it's squishing that little rubber ring that they have there, which is good, as intended. And if I wanted to, I could put more fans on the inside of this because they are, if I get all of the same fans, then you could have a push-pull setup, which would be kind of nice, just like a future thing. And adding the fans is just, again, another single cable. That one is stripped. That's Chris. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, and I also turned on a logging thing so I can see what is crashing. Did it blue screen at all? And it's just the browser that's crashing. Okay. So do you know how to open the task manager? So when you go into the task manager, is there anything that is running at 100%? So basically, we're looking for anything that's sitting at 100% usage or something that says not responding. Yeah, processes. Okay. Okay, so is there one there that says Windows Explorer? So can you right click on that and click restart? And see if things start working again? Okay. All right, yeah, I mean, you bring it back in, we'll take a look at it again. Uh-huh. So one of these, this one right here is stripped, despite getting it in there all the way. Anyways, well, it should be more than adequate enough. Right, let's get this rotated around. And this is just a magnet, so that can come off and go however we want it. We're going to go like this. We're going to be going up. There's going to be fans up there, so we need to... Probably going to have to try and shoot to get behind the fans. So let me see. Let me see what putting a single fan over there is going to look like, because I'm concerned about this space right here. All right, let's see. Yeah, I think that's going to be a problem. How tight that is. This is Chris. Mm-hmm. So basically what you want to do is you want to get the same speed that you have just from a different brand. And I don't know what speed you have off the top of my head, but yeah, the brands that I recommend are Corsair. Yeah, there will be. There is like Corsair makes thousands of different sticks of RAM. You just have to get the same speed as what is currently in there to replace it. Correct. Yeah, so you want to either get 2 or 4. Uh-huh. How we going? Where? All right. So this might force us to put that back there, because otherwise we can't use this. Yeah, he's replacing all of the memory. Might have to change something here. Like, we might have to top mount this just because of the way this thing is designed. Like, with how thick it is. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to get this in here. Because if we go with a top mount, there should be enough clearance here, and then I can still get the fans there. But with the way that this is mounted now, this gap is not working out. Because I want to give this thing as much cool air as possible, and generally doing it through the front is the best way to do it. But I think I'm going to end up having to go through the top here, which is slightly aggravating. And if that's the case, then we're putting the fans back to the way they were. So, all right, let's just do that. Because I don't see any other way of getting all of these fans in here, unfortunately, and that's just aggravating. The old one would actually fit up front as well in this case, because that's what it was designed for. But it was designed around... So it would probably... So this piece right here is removable. The problem is this distance getting up to here. If with a shorter video card, it would probably fit. But with this video card, it definitely will not, because it's too much of a tight angle there. So we are just going to go the other way. set that down. So we're going to go top mount. Because then go right there. So we still, yeah, look how much extra room we have now for that even. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're going top. So let's put this thing back together and then we will get it mounted up there like so. And this is gonna have to be a pull through. So it's going to run a little bit hotter than if it had direct access to air. All right, c'est la vie. Yeah, we don't kind of put that information out there. Yeah, I'll call you and get it from you. Because that compromises your privacy and security. And I don't want that for you. If you want to whisper me on Twitch, that's fine. I can get it from there, like I said, or I'll call you. Is that... There you go. When... All right. Let's get these other ones ready. These top mount screws. You always say that, Master. Nothing, Mr. Biggs. Nothing whatsoever. We just wanted to make it feel like you were just arriving at the beginning of the day, just for you. How about that? How was that abuse? I was just trying to make you feel more at ease. Yes, Emily. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There they are. 11, 12. I recommend against it. All right, man. Have a good day. Drive home safe and get some rest. You're putting in a lot of hours lately. Yeah, so I do not recommend it, specifically for the reason Master just said. This is Chris. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Have a good one. It's not an impatient thing. It's just, you know, if you have the option of adding internal, I would always recommend adding internal. All right. This is going to be tight. I do not like this design. It's thick enough that it's interfering with the power supply cables, which is a no bueno. It's like, come on, Corsair, this is your case. Yeah, so basically what's going to end up happening here is if this ever needs to be replaced, we're talking about a situation where this, like if the power supply has to be replaced, we are replacing the CPU cooler. We have to remove the CPU cooler, which is aggravating to say the least. But hopefully we never have to replace it. What's that question mean, Emily? Chris, ever when I do sometimes. What does that mean? Yeah, sometimes, Emily. But then I just ask you and you tell me. Because generally you're playing video games and watching me, according to you. One other thing that I've noticed with this is that these fins are way thinner than the original fins from the other cooler. There's something for me to keep in the back of my mind when working on these in the future. All right, let's lay this down. All right. So we are going to be going like so. Because we can either go like that, or we can go like this. Maybe that actually doesn't. That's not bad. We can do that. Yeah, I am actually slightly concerned about these cables. That is... I just don't like how tight that is. There we go. Now we gave it some freedom. They move around a little bit now, which is what I was concerned with. All right, we're gonna make another change here. Yeah, and we're gonna have the same problem, but I'm gonna make a change right now based on that. I'm assuming you're still playing video games, Emily. We're going to undo these cables. We're going to change the way that they point. So, switch to this. So up here, instead of having the cables go directly up, I'm going to try and angle them a little bit. It's really hard to see. So that the cables themselves are coming off to the side, so that there's not actual pressure being put on them. And you can see these cables actually will move now, which they wouldn't before. So it looks a little bit less clean, just slightly, but they have the ability to move, and there's freedom of the cable, and it's not actively just like yanking on them. And then we'll look at zip tying these up here afterwards. But yeah, that's way better. I'm way more comfortable with that, because that was great design decision by the Corsair folks. So I'm gonna keep this like this for a minute. I'm gonna remove this here. Get you guys a little bit of light in there. But so you say that, and I would assume the same thing. Yeah, this is Kodiak. So I would assume the same thing, Master, except for the fact that it just comes prepackaged out of the box the way that it is set up now. And there isn't clearance up here because there's a magnetic mat that goes up there. All right, so this has to go like this. So the instructions for this cooler are pretty straightforward. You can see by looking at this, there's a larger gap over here than there is on this side. And that's two reasons. One, it's for the offset mounting of the AMD specific like CPU coolers, but also so that you have equal clearance for these on both sides. All right. So let's get that in there. I need to grab my thermal paste. It does have a panel top, but it's non-removable.
Yeah. Some of them were good, some of them were bad, depending on which H100 generation you got. All right. So now we're going to go up, over, and around, and it's going to sit in there just like that. Got our thermal paste on there, holding this bracket. Yeah, the white LED one. Yeah, I believe you're correct. All right, I'm gonna make some small little adjustments here. I don't think that's actually grabbing that. All right, let's. And then our connections for this thing, fortunately, are on the bottom, but that's something we'll deal with here in a minute. That's on there. These cables, these guys are going to go up this way. It goes like that. And then yeah, I'm going to now. I needed to put my hand on the back of this to support the actual CPU bracket. So that's in place. That's not going anywhere. We have another set of fans that we're going to put up front. We have another one to put back here. This cable. Yeah. This one's going to go for these bottom ones. It's a nice short little cable. And this one I need to get like up, over, and around. So let's see how this goes. Am I going to go that way? No, I don't think I want to. I should be able to go underneath. Just like so. And we can go up and out the top. There should be plenty of room up there. I just got to find the opening and we'll pull that through. Now I need to check one thing on this. As I do believe I do not need... No, I do need... Okay, so the Type-C cable that I have does need to go in there. So I'm going to stand this up for a second. Pull this cable out of the back. So then it's going to go one way. The next cable is actually, kind of show you guys this. So I need to route a USB cable down here. We're going to see if there's a spot for a cable to go through over here. We're going to see if we can utilize it. Might need to pull the GPU to actually get it to fit. Just to allow me to route it easier. Is there a 90-degree one of these? Oh, no, there is not, of course. Why would there be a 90-degree Corsair? Too much sense. Alright, yeah, let's pull the GPU. Let that cable run and then put the GPU right back in. 90 degrees don't exist. So we're just going to go from there. It's going to go right over here. Going to continue working, Emily. That's what my life is. If I'm not working, I'm working. And I can come out right over here. Sometimes, Emily, but I relax when I need to. Just now you can see what I did, what I was talking about. So this USB cable runs underneath here, under everything, into the back. Maybe. All right, so that's run. That's in there. Got another fan cable here. because we have another fan we got to put in back here. That out. And then go like that. Let's get this rear fan installed, which again is set up as an exhaust. Yep, and we're going to be putting in 3 more fans. It's crazy, right, Mr. Big? I mean, condensation would be the biggest answer to that question, because condensation does happen, especially in a refrigerator, which is a moist environment. Have to do the same thing we did before. I have to change this cable. I have to spin this cable around in place. Because there's just not enough clearance there. That is an option, rubbing it down with Vaseline. I know it sounds like we're making jokes, but that is exactly what you do. All right, cable is in, cable is out. All right, we got one more 3-pack to install, and then we can actually install some of the connectors directly into the motherboard. One more 3-pack. Grab some water here real quick. Mineral oil computers were a thing. I never made one. Thought about it, never did. And another set of cables. Oh yeah. Each one of these can do 2. So I think I'm going to end up needing 2 of these. No, I don't think I will. I think I have to put another cable, like a little shorty guy in here. Think about this for a second, because I can go from there to there. I forgot that I can do that. Show you guys what I'm talking about here. Actually, why don't I do this the smart way instead of that? Let's go back to this. I should really turn that into a thing. So, instead of going this way, which is what I'm doing, I'm going out from here out to the back. I can literally just go from here to here. And this is magnetic. But yeah, that would actually make this... that would like make this quite a bit better, because then that removes the need for me to put a whole nother one of these things in, and I can, like I said, I can just go from here to here. We'll just see what the cable does. So let me see if that's something that we can actually accomplish. With one of these short guys. Hopefully, that'd be nice. If we could do that. I'm just gonna push it straight back. Like that. No curve, please. So we're basically making this cable look like an S. Oh yeah, that works. Nice. So that removes one whole control unit. So we'll have one and then two. And what I'm saying is we're going to have one for these three fans and this fan, and then one for this group of fans and the front group of fans. Love when someone starts speaking Japanese to me. Okay. So basically what I'm saying is this bank and this fan will be one, and then this bank and this bank will be two. Like, and it was like, it's not, he was speaking, every other word was English. So I knew what he was trying to say, just to be very clear about that. All right. All right, we got screws for the fans. I think that's one of my only Japanese Yes, that's generally what it is. I think that he might be one of my only consistent Japanese customers. He's been in here quite a few times. There's also an older couple that I haven't seen that for a few years. Man, when they were coming in, they were in their 90s. And there was this, they would come in here every couple weeks because the husband wouldn't leave stuff alone. And they used a VPN that one of their children had set up to watch news broadcasts out of Japan. So, and her husband wouldn't, the husband wouldn't leave things alone. So every once in a while, they'd have to come in and have to reset everything up for them because he would just try and make small changes to make things better, and then they wouldn't be able to get to the shows and yada, yada, yada. And my glove finally ripped. All right. Let's flip this around. Yes, let's just go with that. All right, now the cable we're gonna need. This is like this. All right, we're gonna need. There's another shorty cable in here. Shorty, as T-Pain would say. Let's try and make this a little easier on myself. So here's what we're gonna do. All right, hold on. I'm gonna add a button for this droid cam so you guys can see it. Copy, paste, droid. Okay, I want this to be droid cam. Aha! So we're gonna remove this screw from down in here because where I need to put this cable is directly underneath here. So we're gonna pull out this little panel. That's convenient. You guys can kind of see what I'm doing. And put the camera places. Remove that. And then you see, once we remove this little panel from this area, it just becomes a lot easier to get your hand in there and get things plugged in. Yeah. Right. Was that the wrong one? Yeah, that was the wrong one. I was looking at the wrong one. Should still be hopefully enough length though. And then our this cable is going to go, these fans are going to go like this. So, it's going to go like that. And that's the wrong one. Instantly realize it. This goes right there. And we have 3 controllers, so if one of these controllers ends up being bad, which we've had happen multiple times now, we can at least swap it out with one that should theoretically be working. Okay. And then we just got to put that little panel back on. And then the last group of things that we're going to need to get installed here, one is going to be a USB splitter, which I believe we already have floating over here somewhere. I gotta see what I did with it. I put it down here. Unless we have 2 USBs, because we're going to need 2 dedicated USB. So we only have 2. Should be all we need. Because we have just 2 things that are getting standard USB off of this. So the only 2 things that are actively getting USB are going to be this, which we ran the cable all the way over here. And then on the back, it will be the one of these guys, which these are magnetic, which makes life easy. Here's the one. Need to clean that up. We're still gonna need 2. Oh, we know. We just need 2. We just need 2. So there's that. 1, 2. Now, this makes me ask a question. Nope, it says that should work. Let's get this. I was curious if I could use both the straight and the angled connector on this, and then according to them, yes, I can. So that'll be the power, and then the other USB we're going to need is going to be this one. And then lastly, what this also has, because we're going to put this right here. The other thing that we're going to do is gotta get this power, gotta get these USBs. Should we go under cables whenever we can? Forgot where we're gonna go with them. Power. Yeah, we got to get power to the GPU. And we also need to get power to the hard drive that's sitting back here. Let's scoot back in here. So I want to be on this side, not this side. So we want to be over here, not over here. I was thinking it was going to go the other way. But of course not. That would make no sense. That comes over here. This comes over here. These angles, man. All right, those are in there. I know we need. We have a lot of cable stuff to do here because this is not great right now. So let's lay this down. Go with our top-down look. All right, we got to take this panel off real quick to even plug this in. Just one panel coming off after the next. Why are you holding on? Well, that's right. there's a screw underneath each of these. So I just have to do this the blind way. Whew, this build is a stout build. But man, where stuff goes is aggravating sometimes. So let's move this cable. So that is in there. That is in there. Interesting to see how this all comes together in the end. We have potential we have a storm heading towards me right now with potential tornadic activity. Just looking at it on my weather map. So that's the thing I got to worry about now. Right, we're going to pull this up because we need to access some more cable area here. Yeah, hopefully it'll be fine. So we're going to need 3 of these guys plugged in. One is going to stay out, one is going to go all the way up to the front to get the GPU the power it needs. You need to clear. There is one little spot right here that is hung up on, and it is a plastic clip that I was, there we go. Move the clip. Thank you for the follow. So this comes up to here. Yeah, so this whole thing was just hung up on this plastic. You guys can't even see it. There's a plastic release for the hard drive. Whole power supply was like, nah. And to freaking move it. Hey, can you hear me? I need you to grab your purse and come to the office for like the next hour. Like, be quick about it. Because, yeah, you're not, like, I don't need you to do work here. It's just there's a line of storms coming in that could be very severe. And I don't want you chilling there by yourself. Okay? All right, I love you. All right. All right, so we need this one out here. And these two are going to go, I'm going to go out here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thankful she's still around. She lives 5 minutes away, so. Let's go over the top of the GPU. There is not going to be a lot of room down here when we get done. All right, we'll see what we can do here. Yeah, I'm hoping this line of storms is like next to nothing, but they just keep, it just went from yellow to red on my radar map. I keep a radar map up on the screen right there. And I don't like that. It's heading directly towards us, so. All right, these guys are gonna go over here. We're gonna pull these cables back once we're done. This one's gonna get folded because it has to go to there. And then we're gonna zip tie up all these cables to get them looking prettier. But let's get our GPU actually plugged in. Which is this guy. And then we can pull these cables back out a little bit. No, it means it has a higher power draw requirement. So whenever it's running, it is actively pulling more electricity. But they've eliminated that that concept that we're talking about a little bit with the 12-volt high power that exists now, that's frying everyone's GPUs. And of course, by frying, I mean melting. And by melting, I mean lighting houses on fire. And by that, I mean allegedly. Yes, 50 series. And 40 series. All right, that's clear. So that's what the front is going to look like. I know what, there's one more cable that I need to get in here. That goes to the, it's here somewhere. There it is. This goes to the commander. This relays a pump speed signal to the link hub, whatever they're calling it. And then that'll be all of our cables plugged in. And this, all right. So we're gonna move that. We're gonna move that. We're gonna zip tie stuff. We're gonna get this cleaned up. Welcome back, Emily. The arm is hurt. Fish and chips, Emily. You can post photos and stuff, and I can try and help you. I thought you said you already had it, though. Okay. All right, let's get all of these cables looped. Right here. Okay. And then the only odd thing out we have right now is this little spider web. You see that cleaned up quite nicely. We're gonna go this way with these guys. Yeah, I can hear the thunder coming in right now. All right, let's give this a good pull. What is in there? All right, let's organize this. We might switch the sides on this. Oh, rice and salad, Emily. Oh no, I'm not going anywhere. This is a concrete building. Feels safer here than I do having my mom at her own house right now. That's why I'm having her come here. Sure, that is not an untrue statement, but it is more likely to withstand high winds than a mobile home is, which is where my mother lives. So here is better. Which is why during hurricanes, my mom is with us at our house. So what are we doing here? Let me figure this out. This cable is a little bit tight. Let's put this. It's a weird little angle right there. I think we'll do that. Clean that up a little bit. There we go, that's better. And then this cable wants to naturally go down this way, so let's let it go down that way. It's weird. The only way I could really describe this cable, the way it feels like snakeskin. All right. And then I just want to do a quick clearance test here for this. So that won't close like that. But what it will do is when we put the back panel on top of this, it will close. So that's good. We still have plenty of clearance. All right, let's start it up, see what she looks like. And we're gonna have to do it standing up because of those rear intake fans. But I can just go like this. There we go. Make sure the cameras are clear. Go. Turn off those overheads. Two, three. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Concerned that this RAM isn't lining up, but yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah. All of our fans are spinning. Those ones are not, so we need to figure out what's going on with that. I think one of these cables came unplugged, so we'll have to check that in just a second. Hi, Mama. Yeah. So this is what I'm worried about. Okay. That central orange one. It's heading right towards us.
It's that triangle thing?
Yeah. So.
Okay, make room, because I didn't realize I was moving. My car was full over.
All right, so we got to make some changes here. All right, I wonder if we can do this. We're gonna find out real quick. It's either gonna be a yes or a no. We're gonna try and go. Before I do this, how many devices can I hook up to one? I'll get that in a second, Emily. $24 devices, 12 per channel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, well, we're gonna do it like this. So this guy, we're gonna go here. Let me get this back here going. All right. One more time. Everything lighting up, like powering up, and there goes the lights. But this one is spinning, but we're not getting RGB on it. Might have to check IQ. So this is the only one that is not actively lighting up across everything. So we'll check that here in a second. Check IQ real quick. See if we can see why that is not being detected. Because if I need to move this off onto its own thing, because it can do 12. Yeah. So each one of the cables can do up to 12 devices. So you should have plenty of overhead because we only have 10. And then the pump is its own thing. Ow. Let's see if it detects this last fan here. That's all we need. Then we can button her up. Still. Let's give it a restart. So it's detecting 9 of them and just not detecting the 10th one. Yeah, he just said that the RAM starts working after IQ loads. Definitely plugged in all the way. No, it's not the motherboard. Let's take a look, shall we? So it's weird to me that we're getting fan spin, but we're not getting fan RGB. All right, apparently we need to try and update this hub. Okay. Right back. Oh, there you go. We got a light on. Alright, that was fun. Figure that out. Alright. So all of our fans are now lighting up. So let's get this fan back in here. Perfect. And I just... Yep. We're gonna have to go. I think this cable is not long enough for me to go that way. Curious if we can put it on this side. Ow. Huh? What'd you say? Last month?
Last week.
Yeah. There's nobody that came in last week.
It'd be January 1st when we go. $500. Sure did. $385 for you, but. Okay.
All right. Let's try this again. It really doesn't like that last fan. There it goes. Beautiful. Just being special here. All right. I'll look at that in a second, Master. All right, I think we Gucci. All right, let's get this thing all buttoned up and then get it out of here. Yeah, it's IQ being silly. For sure. All right. Let's start back here. I'm going to put our door on. And then I just got to clear that. Make sure that this goes under that, like that. And one, two. Nice, 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 nice. Let's do our top. Everyone says hello, Mother.
Hello, this stormy Monday.
Yep, super stormy Monday.
What's happening in your area?
I don't know. There's two. Three. And finally, four. You're gonna have a lot of extra cables and stuff that you're not using. All right, we all done. Come pick it up whenever. This is Chris. Okay. Usually $100. Usually a couple days. 5:30. Sure. Yep, how we going? I need to find... All right, let's move some stuff around here. There it is.
Tell me about the streamers. You sounded so excited.
What?
You said 2 streamers came in.
No, not streamers. Said two people called because they saw my stream.
Right, but 2 streamers came in.
I don't even know what that means.
They're on your streaming site, but they came in your office.
Yeah. People saw my stream and then came in. That's exactly it. All right. We're gonna use this bag as a reusable, as like a storage for all this stuff. Huh? This is one of the ones that has the LCD in it. These things are still going for a little bit here. It is extra stuff. It's his old stuff. That I do not know, Emily. Gotta remember to put that on. My bundle o' joy here. What did I do with the other box? One. 2. I'm going to give this stuff back to him because there's actually nothing wrong with any of these fans. But the sheer number of wires that is now out of that system is pretty nice. Two years, 6 months. It's pretty good, Emily. Remember, there's also 2 Corsair Commanders that I got to give him. additional power cables. And honestly, we don't know if this power supply is bad or not. We are just assuming that it is. Old power supply cables are not in the bag, and I'll tell them that. Should we keep those separate? He's had these things for like at least 5 years. I would say no. All right. What? You okay? There's an Audi R8 V10 parked out front. Orange. It's pretty. Seems to be happening a lot lately, Mom.
I get this thing down here, and it's like, do you want it?
Next time it happens, just let me know.
Yeah, I can't get rid of it. I read my text, and it's like, okay, I do not want to forward it. I do not want to copy it. But I can't X the box out.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Maybe it's for itself.
Maybe.
Who's driving me bonkers Saturday?
All right, guys. What's the next video card we're testing?
Second one or third.
This is gonna be my second one.
I got it. That's why I'm trying to read my emails.
5060 or 580 or the AMD card.
Where that came from. I've never had that before.
Why does it matter?
Because the box I want to read down here.
Just scroll. So it's never blocking what you want to read. Like ever.
Hey, look at it. Look. I want to send an email. I'll have to put my
Yes, because that's a reply to email. All right. We're gonna put up a poll. Someone put up a poll, or I'll do it. Give me a second. Ordering those parts today. All right, so what is our next card? You said you had stuff you had to go do. Alrighty. Manage poll. New poll. Intel B580. RTX 4060 Ti. RTX 5060. Or the AMD Radeon 6750 XT. Alright, polls up. Got 10 minutes. What about it? Some nuts, Emily. Poll is up. Nope, I just got nuts. Looks like we're doing the B580. Okay. All right, let's pull out this excellent performing 3080. We'll go ahead and put the B580 in there. We're going to run a DDU on it. Come on. This freaking thing. $3060 B580. Generally, what people want with these things is for them to just turn on and just, you know, work. All right, you're good to head home if you want to head home, Mom. That stuff is passed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's up to you. All right. All right, first thing we need to do is going to be display driver removal. Get them all off of here. Then we got to get the Intel drivers installed. So try and get into safe mode right off the jump. So Angeline, starting tomorrow, I'm going to be closing an hour early to go over to Laura's new building every day and do cables, okay? So I'll be closing at 4:30 this week, other than today, which I told people I was going to be here, so. Okay? It's fine. So, what else? What did you hang up on? Memory. Nothing has changed with your memory. Ah, VJ. Cables are plugged in all the way. Card is seated correctly. Might help if I plug in the video card, though. Huh? They said they had a problem with something, so I need to go take a look. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Grant. Say it again? Yeah, I don't see why not. I just need to determine if the problem that they're having is that or something else. Make sure resizable bar is enabled, and it is. All right, let's get to Windows. Yeah, no, I'm going to figure out what it is here shortly. I got to toss it up on my bench. But yeah, they put it on my counter, and it was literally just scrolling through Windows until the computer crashed. So I'm going to figure that out. So basically, one part of this we can take care of now. The other part we can't. I'm waiting to hear back from Laura. But anytime internally anyone calls the purchasing phone, it rings Shawnee's phone because he took the purchasing phone. So I just got to figure out that. Mhm. Mhm. Yes, just internally. And then they want to start changing the what it says when people call in. I'm waiting to hear back. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. Yep, and it's starting to happen. Yeah. Yeah, I told them if they make too many changes, you got to charge them. Yeah. No, I'm dead serious about it too. Otherwise, you'll be getting calls from them every week. So I'm not. I'm straight up telling them, look, after a certain number of changes, you will be charged. And they're like, okay, okay, we'll get it squared. They're like, yeah, because that's generally the only way. Yeah. Yeah. So like right now, the big thing is it doesn't say Shawnee's name anywhere, which This is Chris. Okay. Who's your email provider? I don't know if there's a way to do. Let me see here. There's nothing special that I would have. I'm trying to check and see here. Yeah, so what you can there is a way to do the delete all. Find it, like you have to type it in. There's some command line things that you can do. If you do just a Google search for how to delete Gmail, and then yeah, yes, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't know how to do it more than that, unfortunately. Yep, have a good one. All right, let's get these installed. Interested to see how stable this will be. What are we looking at? Wow, really? What are the extras? All right, reboot required. We're very close. All right, let's pull it up. B580. I'm curious to see if stability matrix is going to run at all here. I'm happy for you, Emily. All right, let's try stability matrix, see what happens. Just curious if this will run. That is there. What are these? Doesn't matter. I might. Yeah, okay. We're going to turn that off just in case here. Yeah, that's, I have that one installed. But I was hoping to run the same one for all of them. Just thinking about this, I also had the wrong thing selected. I'm supposed to be selecting stable diffusion. So this one is going to require... Yeah, I see that now. All right, well. You're choosing a locker. Where you came.
Okay.
Especially if you're that unstable. How are you feeling, boy? Right there, that's the...
Well, next time I'll have my own car. Why not?
That's how she does, man.
This has a 6,000 anyway. Oh, yeah.
Quite solid, which is strange to me.
I mean, it's been there for a while.
Probably not very good done, man. It's kind of, this is how it's coming out, so...
Yeah, no.
Like, look, this is how it's coming out with strains.
Oh, okay.
Right here, with something like this, if you're cutting the top off, you need to do that. Then it just doesn't feel. Because it looks, it feels, it feels like it's very deep. That hurt.
Yeah.
This has quite the smell to it. I'm concerned this might be like a deeper infection. Okay?
Oh, wow.
So you want to do it?
I don't know. I'm gonna go get a big one. I need to. I know.
You might want to have the doctor look at this next time you go over there. This is, that's all it needs to come out now. And these are coming out with this one, this one, this. A lot there. And it's quite solid. I'm wondering if you have like an infection in your skin or something. Or it could be from like hit by something.
That could be. Well, you know what was lightning.
It was on an emptiness, it was shooting itself right back up. There's a lot there. And the skin around it is very soft. Can you feel that? Can you do that? You touch right there with your hand. Quite a lot. It's just, it feels like it's all pus.
You want to put a bandage on or not?
I was gonna, they're up front.
Oh, no. Yeah, I was there. Oh, right.
Yeah, my concern is that solidified. You like the lights?
Oh, I normally go off at 9 on Friday.
Yeah, I just, whenever it's raining, I turn them on. Bye, Mom. Hmm. Apparently, there are ones out there. Hmm. We're not using automatic 111. wonder if I can get an update for it. You think Joe would know? I could have swore there was a thing that listed what video cards were supported on these things. He doesn't seem to have he says he's not sure. Yeah, and I'm reading places where it says that it does work. It's just... Stable diffusion. So they haven't even put together a full package yet. Well, let's see what this does. Yeah, that's what it seems like. No, my Axle chat just crashed. Yeah, I'm going to do all of them. I'm happy for you, Emily. What's up with that? Sold out. Yeah, I mean they're working on scaling up demand. That's what it was supposed to sell for. It's random. Okay. The question is, will I be able to see some of this stuff? Okay. Okay. What's going on? Yes. Because it's connected to your CPU. Hello. It could be just the port, or it could be the CPU or the mother, because there's like a bunch of different moving parts with that. If the CPU is brand new, it's very unlikely that it's that. What was the prompt I gave it? No, that's not a good sign. That could be something with the BIOS, unfortunately. I wish I could see the back end of this. I can't. Device manager. So it's the one closest to the CPU. See, the thing is with that, it can also be actively being used by the GPU. So if your GPU is pulling too much like data through, that can also cause it. It'd be very rare for that to happen though, especially now. Have a good night, Emily. Wait, what? I'm sorry. If you just give me a couple minutes, I'll read through this. I need to. I'm in the process of working through something here real quick. All right, so basically what we're saying is just that top slot is not working after you updated the BIOS, put a new CPU, GPU. What's going on with that top slot? It sounds like it might have been like a Windows microcode or like BIOS update that rolled out with a Windows update. So first things first, try rolling the GPU back. The BIOS back. Yeah, just try, like I said, try rolling the BIOS back. And see when the latest BIOS update was released. Sure. All right, we can. I wish I could get some like information out of this. Like details and stuff. But does not look as such. Talk to JC, please. Thank you. That's a bad sign. Hey, you having problems with work papers today? Not today, you haven't had any. Oh, okay. So, okay. Can I connect up to your computer real quick? Say that again? No, and I want to connect up to your computer. All right. I'm going to run a little repair thing on it. Yeah, whenever you have problems with like work papers or anything, let me know. Because every time that Microsoft decides to update Office, it breaks work papers. Okay. You know, and I guess let me do this top thing. Have you ever done this before? Okay, cool. Show me where it's being slow. I know you haven't gone into it at all today, but oh, don't worry. It's randomly generated. You'll get a more complicated one next time, I'm sure. I think I see a problem already. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm seeing a problem here. All right. Okay, cool. How late are you working tonight? All right, cool. I'll connect up after this evening. I'm gonna take a look at it. Yep, bye. Okay. I should have tell that guy, look, man, you need to replace this thing. Stop. Yeah, that thing is ancient. Yeah, it's fine. Help walk you through it as best I can. We're about to start looking at these. So one of the things that we immediately came across is that the AI testing, I'm going to have to figure out how to actually do benchmarks with that. Because it's a different program entirely. That'd be nice if it was. So Windows updates sometimes roll BIOS updates into them without like telling you. So it'll just run and you don't know it. Yeah, there's a good chance. Doesn't mean they don't do it. You're all good, man. You want that the other way around, honestly, for best performance. We already have a large result difference between the 3060 and the B580. That's funny. Oi, 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 oi. Gotta do a backup on this computer real quick. Should not take long. This is gonna use up the, like, I literally just bought all of those flash drives and literally they're all gone. That's hilarious. Does Samsung sell flash drives all of a sudden that I wasn't aware of? Which I do need to finish setting up that Samsung account. I didn't know that. I guess let me finish setting that up right now. Never really bought stuff from them. I thought I was already registered for this. Oh. It says I'm still waiting for the application results. Apparently my application is still under review. It's still cheaper for me to buy. It's still so much cheaper for me to buy them on Amazon. What the heck? I think it's just because I'm not getting the volume discount or whatever. Yeah. Isn't SanDisk owned by Western Digital? Didn't know that. Yeah, it is the beginning of the month, is it not? So it's either it's either the slot or it's the mother or it's the CPU. But I don't think it's a CPU. That's going.
So then it's the wrong. It's more than likely the wrong type of drive for the slot. Just because it fits doesn't mean it's the correct drive. And they both say NVMe on the drive. Right now we're doing a data backup. That's probably your problem then. Okay. Bye, Hayden. Nice for you stopping in. Nice for you stopping in.
They're emailing me. Like sending me website contacts and stuff. Super weird. It's probably an SSD. Correct. Possibly. There's so many things it could potentially be. I would say so, but I would also look at replacing it as soon as possible. This is taking its sweet time. It is old, yes. Valid. No, it's USB 3.0. Yeah, man, that's why we're here. I mean, you're not stupid for not knowing what it is. You don't and can't know everything. For sure. Possibly. What's going on with it? 3049. You got two 16 gig DDR5 6000 sticks. You had a blue screen the day before, so you thought it was a RAM slot or was broken or your RAM sticks died. So you ordered a new motherboard. So usually just a single DRAM light indicates that the motherboard and is not like seeing the BIOS correctly, or not the motherboard, but the CPU. So check to make sure that the BIOS has been updated. Nope. Yes, you need to make sure you have the correct BIOS version downloaded from the motherboard manufacturer on a flash drive and follow their instructions. Farming Simulator 2025. Follow the instructions. Follow the instructions on the manufacturer's site. Do you feel seen, Ramrod? Is that a problem? Yeah, there's the motherboard manufacturer will have instructions, and just make sure you follow those instructions, and you should be able to get through it. Pretty straightforward. Hey Lee, one of the actors from freaking Brain King of the Hill was shot and killed today. Yeah. Jonathan Joss. It wasn't even an argument. Here, I'll post this in the chat. This is probably gonna break my chat, but yeah, it's too long. So, basically, they were out and about doing stuff. They came home because he was gay. For anyone who didn't know, they came home and they were checking their mail, and they found one of their dogs had been killed, and the whoever killed the dog cut the dog's head off, scalped it, put it on a pike with the collar, and they were crying and upset. And while this was happening, some dude walked up, started yelling homophobic slurs at him, and then just shot him. Yep. It's 59. A lot of things. A lot of things wrong with a lot of people. Unfortunately, this is taking forever. But we are making progress with this. Yeah. Interesting price. No, I just think, like, I don't understand how that car can be that cheap. $107,000 miles. I mean, I guess. But, like, I would still expect it to be... never mind. It's in Ohio. I don't know. It's in Ohio. Never mind. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. You know, maybe I'll play some Fallout 76 soon. I haven't played that in a little bit. Did it? I have so much catching up to do with that. What is that? Neither have I. Man, this is taking so freaking long. All right, guys, we out of here. We'll see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow. Thank you for, yeah, basically, thanks for hanging out with me. We will see you guys soon. Thank you. Stay safe out there. And remember, care about each other. It's important. See ya.